Oh, baby, it's time. Figures that. Hello. We're in the void temporarily. We're back here. Did you guys miss Dawntrail? This is Final Fantasy XIV, specifically the Dawntrail expansion. We're going to the 4 cabins. I honestly would have laughed a bit if it turned out the first thing I had to do was talk to Whoop on that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did they revamp this again? It is a pleasure as always, Noah. Have you been able to relax lately? No. Wonderful. As busy as you have been, with the rite of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tuliyola at a more leisurely pace. You mean the thing that the main expansion should have been? Sampling the tacos at Zabayatie is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brook Evu, will look after you. Are you saying I get to eat tacos now? Oh, I haven't even done the fucking job quest. The world quest, rather. I was just like, nah. Well, if it isn't Noah, alone today, are you? I see, I see. If you have a hankering for tacos and they're on the house, consider it a token of gratitude for helping you for your help tracking down these treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. Ah yes, this empty seat, and not this empty seat. Not this empty seat. This is just right. Logging into 14 for me now is like waking up in an abusive relationship with someone I used to share a deeply intimate connection. See, it's okay to not log in. It is okay to not be in the constant weekly rat race. I know the subscription model will have you believe otherwise, but you can actually stop playing at any time. He says, streaming Final Fantasy XIV, Dawntrail. I'm raiding Quip, I'm raiding, the horse must die. That sounds like a you problem. You still love tacos, I hope? You ate so many when you turned 5 you could barely move afterwards, remember that? Oh, god damn it. We're starting here. No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right. Sorry, still strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani. And now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, you can always rely on me. Relying. It feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had Electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. This is what happens when generation grow up on phone and not book. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I'd never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I'd been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate... I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. I immediately get hit in the face with this fucking plot point. And there she is! I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tuliolo. I'm turning off my phone notifications. It's been, what, 10 minutes? And she's here. Val Wuklamat? To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Ring of Reflection. There you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. My god, the music is much louder than I remember it being. Oh, look who it is. I'm just about to go and fight, you know. You don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. What the hell did I eat? What made that noise? That was not a noise a taco makes. Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? Not playing this game. I've been catching up on sleep. Given everything we've been through, I don't blame you. But once you've had your fill, I'm sure you'll be itching to get back into the thick of things. As for myself, I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace. But whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn Servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? No, I'm leaving actually. I'm actually just gonna go back to Arcadia and just wrestle more people. Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. I'm gonna turn down the volume ever so slightly. I think the audio is a little overbearing. Let's see. That's not what I'm looking at. Nope. Nope. No. System. So I'm looking at this. Ugh. I can feel the rust. So Aya, I'm told you're the only person who's actually done the story content? Did the others just not bother, or do they just log in to do raids? That's kind of fucked up. Coward started and then told me she couldn't take it. That's a good sign. I'd like to believe I'm a lot more willing to accept nonsense than Coward is. But then again, you remember, well, me playing the main story. Ooh, is this a voice cutscene? It is on a cataclysmically I read cataclysmic and my brain processed the word smile in it, which made me go, ah! Oh, it's not voiced. Oh, you're all here too? Valkona has summoned us, though if truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hannish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were of course happy to oblige him. Fryle and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. But it's the kind of experience where you waited so long with what remained of your hope that things would improve, and what you received didn't disappoint you, it just quietly told you it was alright to give up. That's right, Lockham, we're shooting Final Fantasy XIV Mobile! I'm a real gacha gamer. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tyrrell. You know, that doesn't really make much of a difference. They were barely in Dawntrail to begin with, so I can't even be bothered. Yustola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-earth travel. She was like even less relevant in this expansion than they were. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Nah. We're not doing the Nidhogg thing again. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You'd like to be stuck with her for a while. Nah, I'm good. As for Astidian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. My genuine reaction to this information. My apologies for the delay. Hey, it's a character I like! Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. Fucking class dispose. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sphene. King Guluja and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasulani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Special shout out to Y'shtola's whole presence in this patch is her kicking in the door and being like, I'm a bit busy researching some matters right now, but soon, and she points in your direction and with the narrowed eye as a camera angle of a dominatrix in her prime, and it just says, you, then leaves. Honestly, that feels kind of hollow. I'll see it for myself, but just that description sounds very hollow and just like... It sounds like the team dangling keys in front of the audience going like, hey, you like this character, right? Woo! Now play the expansion! Woo! Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed. A funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Guluja, but to put this chapter behind us. That I requested your assistance was none other than to see if you wish to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well, after all. Yeah, I was kind of the one who killed her. That would be inappropriate. Because of your role in her demise, I take it. But we had no choice. We had to stop her from killing countless innocents. I mean, even so, it's still inappropriate to attend the funeral, no? I won't force you to attend the funeral if it makes you feel uncomfortable. Yes, you will. Just... maybe not you, but yes, you will. But while I represent Tuliyola in an official capacity, I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything. I feel like the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. Like, even for the sympathetic angle, I don't think it's appropriate either. Like... I feel like more people should associate me with the person who killed Sphene and put their kingdom in disarray. Like, I would be annoyed by it, still, but it would feel more appropriate and in character, I think. Then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Guluja in the back room. They're about to hit you with that. I know it's super awkward that you killed her and ruined her country, but we were all friends and that's what Sphene would want. What a fucking strange transition. We are no longer in Mexico. There is something surreal that I appreciate about starting the game in Mexico and ending in fucking Blade Runner. The music is nice as ever, of course. Wait, instance area? No. By the way, Aya, how goes progress on M4? We got there, then Thanksgiving happened. Are they gonna JFK my ass for daring to come back to their lands? I don't think they have a Lee Harvey Oswald, and even if they did, I'm literally canonically trained to be immune to snipers. Short. Short lizard. Shut up, no one see that I can't spell. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm not the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I brought you... I don't know how to pronounce that. Gato au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamatier. And thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers for the departed. It's much the same here according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. We learned that in a side quest in Endwalker, by the way. At least I'm pretty sure. I may be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure we learned it in Endwalker. I know it was an Endwalker, actually. I just don't remember if it was a side quest or an incidental piece of dialogue you could read when speaking to, like, a Fate NPC or something like that. Just smile and nod, boys. Smile and nod. Oh, my inventory's full. That's right, I've been farming. Ignore that. Oh, Jesus. There, good enough. Alright, now, give me catfish pie. I'm not gonna, like, use this for anything serious, so just... Gulul Jaja has been added to the Unending Codex. Tira has been added to the Unending Codex. The Rite of Succession has been added to the Unending Codex. I honestly was expecting more. I don't know why, but I was. Alright. Gululja wishes to go and collect his flower for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gosan. He was apparently Spheen's aide and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Do you wonder if they're making if they made the conscious effort to avoid mentioning the 4 cursed words when it comes to the quest this patch? Like, there's no way that feedback didn't get to them. I used to wear this dude's set. They've made internal adjustments over less emphatic reactions. Like what? Now that I think about it, I can't think of anything specific. Why, you're... I'm Val Wuklamat of Tuliola. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Spheen's funeral. I'm gonna tell you this, Wuklamat, if at the funeral you at any point yell the word Spheen, we're kicking you out. We're honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gosan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Spheen Dween. She is playing the warrior class, so her young Spheen while she does that would be semi-appropriate. Can we get her flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Ah, rest assured they are not a requirement. But know that it's also tradition to wear VR headset so we can watch Queen Spheen's funeral in VR. Hi, Kabuto. You see, the people in Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested we might wear regulators painted the same color. Are they likening them to corsages? We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing it as we're able. I see. Imagine, like... Imagine if the Queen of England died. I know, she already did, but imagine if the acting current Queen of England died, or the King, whichever fucking region is over there. And then everyone was handed out, like, a free fucking VR headset to attend her funeral. And it was just an idol concert in VR. Oh my god. Please log into the Fortnite server for the Queen's funeral. Do you guys remember? I remember hearing Elizabeth begins flossing on stage. Jesus. I remember when Star Wars Episode 9 was coming out. And apparently the major plot point of the story was revealed via Fortnite? Via a Fortnite event? It was like a transmission from Darth Sidious, who, if you'll remember, was fucking electrocuted to death in the Death Star in Part 6. And that led to that one fucking line in Episode 9, which of course, I have to admit I didn't watch, but I did see the fucking clip being circulated around. The, for Oscar Isaac having to say, somehow Palpatine returned. And everyone just going like, oh! That line is a direct consequence of announcing that in Fortnite. Anyway, I digress. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Speen. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower. So while they're saying you'll be playing Fortnite next year, you would have to pay me an entire month's worth of rent in one day to get me to play Fortnite ever. Oh, Jesus Christ. Speen jump scare. Man, they really liked making use of these huge scenes with a bunch of random characters lined up in square formations. Is this the first voice scene? It's gonna be the first voice scene of the patch, isn't it? All of these people in their fucking gamer sports gear. Like, what is this shit? Nah, no funeral attire. Just wear your usual K-pop outfits and then wear your custom black Fiend Funeral Anniversary Edition iPhones on your heads.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies?
Convenience?
You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Speen brought us together.
My genuine reaction to this information. This fucking helmet really sells it.
Her boundless kindness, we strove to be better for ourselves as well as those around us.
Watch it, pal. You're in a funeral for a lady I killed.
And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we must. We will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us.
He kind of looks like that dude in that one game Zan was playing.
So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved queen forever in our
The same
hearts.
fucking K-pop
That
outfits.
her
Oh my fucking...
Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Why did they make the first dude to leave a fucking flower there have that fucking haircut? That looks so fucking weird at this angle. Oh my god! It looked like he was like a balding 50s Italian man from like the distance. What are all these fashion statements? It's literally fucking K-pop. That boy is just barely taller than Wuklomat's knee. It's playing this overly sad music that has been used in other scenes before, but it feels less appropriate in this scene for some reason, despite the fact that it's a literal funeral.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
Why does it look like I'm staring at Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica right now? So you see, Dawntrail starts with us going to Mexico, and it ends with us going to...
When I was down. But even though I remember...
an iPhone in heaven.
I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
Am I going to see a Beyblade too? I'm the Beyblade.
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better
why did I
about
read
the
Beyblade?
future of our realm.
As for Keyblade, is there a Keyblade in this game? I don't think so.
We should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
It won't be easy. It's a fucking train.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die.
Remember us, chat.
It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know?
Remember that we once lived.
If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit.
Consolation failed!
As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
Oh, the boy is thinking.
I was wondering, Is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead?
Emmet Selk losing his fucking mind.
I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's
Why?
the same with Queen Sphene.
Sorry.
Knowing that she's gone
Sorry.
makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
And I already did. I don't remember his fucking name. If it weren't for your name, I would remember what his name was.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
Was that the best image of Sphene they could project? Is it a stylistic, aesthetic choice to present her like that? I'm sorry, I'm being overly mean to the game right now. I'd like to provide some additional context as to why I'm talking like this. But first, let me re-chat real quick. Everything you have, that chaos and mortality, thanks to that dude in the robot costume over there. Beep boop. Matt, please don't gaslight them to believe just because they were atheists before. There's something comical about Matt walking up to a random grieving child and being like, in my journeys, I have learned this about my people. Like she did constantly to highlight the handful of morals during 7.0. And the child just be like, that's dumb, why are you talking to me? It's great that it's a child that delivers it because that's actually surprisingly very realistic for a child to do. Children do not give a fuck about like how they deliver their responses to anything you try to say, any sort of explanation or consolation. It's just like, yeah, but I still feel like shit. What does it matter what you just told me if I still feel sad? I feel like part of growing up is learning how to gaslight yourself successfully into processing your emotions. But yeah, part of the reason I'm being so mean to the game is because, one, the base game that I played of Dawntrail is, I don't have very high opinions of it. It's not good. I don't think it's good. I think it has good ideas, but the script is like off kilter. It's very... It needed more time in the oven, I think. It's like a taco comprised of different raw ingredients. So you still have like raw masa instead of a tortilla. You have undercooked fucking chicken that tastes horrendous and has salmonella in it. You have raw jalapenos, which aren't necessarily bad on their own, but would be much better if they were even slightly grilled. The quip, you're a grown man. How have you learned to regulate and manage your emotions in a healthy way? Gaslight, girl, boss, gatekeep. Yeah. Gatekeep my feelings away, gaslight myself into thinking that my trauma didn't actually happen. And, girl boss my way through the day until I can land in bed and start crying horrifically. And speaking of crying horrifically, the other reason why I'm being mean to Dawntrail right now is that last night I played Outer Wilds, which I will describe as possibly one of the best games about depicting letting go. Like, not just letting go of grief, letting go of regret and shit like that. Just letting go in general. It's crazy. I haven't cried that fucking hard since I finished Silent Hill 2, and now I'm back to playing this shit, which is so comparatively ham-fisted, because Outer Wilds is so minimalistic in how it presents to you its story. It'll feed it to you very bits and pieces as you explore, and you're free to explore it in a non-linear fashion. And once it all ties together at the very end, it rewards you for exploring those different curiosities and indulging in the story that it has to tell in a way that you don't even really realize how much it's affecting you until it all culminates in that climax. And it's this most very beautiful, subtle way of saying goodbye to the game. To a game that you can't really experience the same way ever again. And I think it's just a wonderful, wonderful bit of storytelling. Anyway, back to this. Whatever this is. Oh, shit. Auto text. Shale searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. So this implies Galulja's mom was either not human or is dead. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she would have been there. She should have been there, but she wasn't. Oh, he's a clone. He's totally a clone, isn't he? Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any way about it. Are you a Boba Fett? Is that what you are? Are you a little Boba Fett? Bubaja? Gulul Jabba the Hutt? Do you want to know your mother? I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again, and if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. He's gonna kill me for killing his dad? I'd like to see him try. His bitch of a father couldn't even stand a fucking chance using all of the souls. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. Kid, I have nothing else to do. This is Dawntrail. Where do you think we're going? We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. I just thought of another horrifying possibility. Given the experiments we see going on in this place, it's not entirely unfeasible that Gulul Jaja could have genetically engineered himself to be capable of Mpreg. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I wish you were right. Oh, that looks like a dungeon. Wait, does this mean... Oh, wait, this means Alexandria got phased out of rotation in the experts. Oh my god, it's almost playable again. I'm kidding. This shit's not playable. What is up? Ow! Origin rejects plapping. Assuming neither memories nor records of Gululja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. If you could make inquiries outside in the outskirts, The rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. I'm so engaged with this plot right now, guys, which is also why I'm multitasking and playing Grand Blue Fantasy. Did you guys know that in Grand Blue Fantasy, you need like a million eternity cents to do anything in the fucking game? That's what it certainly feels like, at least. Let's speak with fresh-faced Tonawata. You're looking for a Mamulja woman? Oh, Galulja's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little bit about Zoralja, and only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Toral Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zoralja assembled a party of warriors and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. This isn't about his mother, is it? This is just gonna tell me about Zoralja. Wow, I actually did forget his dad's name because I assumed it was Gulujaja, but then I realized that's Giga Chad Lizard, right? His son is Zoralja. Jesus, I don't care for that character at all then. Right, he's named after his cool grandpa. Of course he wouldn't be named Junior. I'm a Mulja woman. There are people that have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliola after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. It's that easy to ask around for that kind of shit. Just walk up to a random person and ask. But as we all know, the average Final Fantasy XIV player has tremendous social anxiety and is unwilling to actually speak to people. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mamulja woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zoralja. You might have better luck talking to people over at a Tonawaltan settlement to the north of Everkeep in a place called Ueyawata. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, so the story goes. If I remember correctly, the chief's name was Kaniloka. Oh, I'm just going back here. I would have figured I would follow that line of reasoning. But who am I kidding? They're gonna make me come back here anyway. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? So, how long would you estimate this patch took you to beat? I'm assuming you didn't skip cutscenes, right? Because I'm figuring, depending on how much time I am given after this, I might try the Alliance raid. I'm not too enthusiastic about doing it, though. Galulja has told me all. We previously tried to track down records of his mother, but we came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Ah. So you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. Shit, then that means I only get 1 or 2 days at best to to buffer out what the hell I'm gonna play in between Outer Wilds and New Vegas. So, Zoralia brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yassilani, among whom was a female Mamulja. His mission was to rid the region of a Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that the crisis in Ueyawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have gotten indeed trapped in the dome. Doing that in that order accidentally gave me the most iconic and fittingly awful bookends experience. I started this patch eating tacos again for no reason, now I've ended this patch eating tacos again for no reason. Every fucking quest leads to tacos, just to remind you that you're in Mexico, by the way. I won't say that that's not an unrealistic depiction of Mexico, at least certain parts of it, particularly like Tijuana and Culiacan. But like, We also heard stories about the settlement in Ueyawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zoralia made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. Ads coming up in 40 seconds. So, be on the lookout for that, everyone. I see. But what could Zoralia have been doing in that village? Getting busy, apparently! I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zoralia's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Orogenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct order. This is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look at the transportation records, there it is. She figured it out instantly. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Ueyawata. Far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. Alright, an ad's playing. So I will take this opportunity. Riz, can you still hear me? I don't think you're subbed, but do mods get privileges? I don't remember. Because I was going to take this opportunity to address something that I'm really concerned about as far as, like, what they want to accomplish with this patch. Like, to my understanding, this patch is being made to recontextualize a major antagonist in the base game. And of course, that's Zoralia. But to me, it's like, it almost feels like a waste of effort. Because even if you provide all these background details, that's like... How would I describe it? Like... It would take a tremendous amount of effort to recontextualize the sequence of events that character goes through that leads to his demise before the expansion even ends. Like, it would require a Herculean amount of effort on a good character, and even more on a character that is this undercooked. Zeralja is not an interesting character on his face. He's like half a character that needed to get rewritten into someone else to be interesting, I think. As he is, it's the problem I have with Dawntrail in general. So it's like there's a lot of interesting concepts, but it's not fully fleshed out. And what they do bother to try to flesh out is like, And I don't want to hear any excuse of, oh, this is just the patch, this is just the expansion after Endwalker. Why do you expect everything to be so climactic? I expect character writing. That's it. I don't expect the whole fucking culmination of all these expansions colliding into one another for an epic finale. I just want a character. I had this problem with other expansions before. But it feels so much more... It feels so much more exaggerated here. It's a much more significant and drastic problem here. I can't address what you think about without spoiling things with implication, but hearing you talk about this just made me close my eyes and sigh deeply as my chin slowly dipped toward my desk. I have a bad feeling about that. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before, and those who walk after. A lesson I learned in another life. So we'll be investigating this secret facility in Ueyawatha then. And this time, I want you to come along, Guluja. Yippee! Short creature. Ueyawatha is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the drift towns. Alright, thank you, Shale. At least I have my cool-ass dragon. Now we're back here. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. Neither have I, kid. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful, everyone! Oh, that was fast! Ueyawatha Field Station is now accessible. Alright, chat. Who am I taking in my party? Oh, fuck me. My options are Wuklemat, Grahatia, Alphino, Kryl, and character who will almost never get picked. You took Alice A. Graha and Kryl. You didn't take Wuklemat? You didn't want to hear revised voice lines? Unless Y'shtola is available, then Kryl gets kicked out. The thing is, you're a healer, so you don't have the problem of deciding... Well, if I take out Alphino, that means I have to pick...
I stand ever ready.
Alright.
Let's give it our all.
Yeah, Kryl is such a non-entity in Dawntrail for how important her fucking character is. Like, her entire role in much of 14 in general is just like, she's an important character, but is constantly sidelined. And this was supposed to be an expansion where she was important. But then there's like, she's peripherally important to what happened. It's like, she is like a minor piece of something much bigger, contextually. Her character amounts to the importance of the USB stick she was carrying in her fucking pockets. I feel like as a streamer, I am obligated to have Wuklemat in the party.
Let's get to it.
Oh. A favorite example of Kryl's involvement in Dawntrail was Kryl, your hearing is the secret key to the Golden Realm. Wait, no, never mind. The lizard toddler has to. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Ah! Undertaker, it's fine. I hear they revised the voice line so it doesn't sound as weird. Now, will the soundtrack disappoint me? Finally! Purple Holminster! That's me! I almost ate crafting food. It doesn't matter all that much, honestly. It's just food. Whatever. I'm stance the fuck up. Yeah, I'm manually clicking. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm in my retiree period.
you now.
In general, I just feel like a lot of the characters, the carryover characters from previous expansions were underutilized in Dawntrail in general. Like, it feels disrespectful to the twins that they were basically just there because their gameplay facilitates roles that we otherwise couldn't see fulfilled. And I did that specifically for Alphino because that consequently makes Alice even less involved. Because as I understand it, most players this expansion were DPS players. So that gives one less slot for Alice to take. So a lot of times you just can be the designated, oh, I'll stay behind with this character because they can't defend themselves. Oh my, says Alice. Bolts can strike anywhere. Step lightly. This isn't Final Fantasy X. Get over yourself. From when I hear this music, it doesn't really, like, speak to me. Hearing you say that reminded me when you got to the top of the Soul Tower through the only possible cabinet security word, which was the exact reason you had to go through the dungeon in the first place, only for 3 more people to walk in through the front doors. Like, hey, we heard you need a trial static. Oh my fucking god, why did you remind me of that? I won't say that that's entirely Dawntrail's fault. They got ambitious with Endwalker, and it made sense in the moment because, again, Endwalker's a very climactic thing. Everyone needs to be involved. Shit needs to happen. Everyone needs to make it happen. But then, again, now that it's low stakes, you don't necessarily need these people in the expansion, but they are the representative characters of 14, so they have to be there for marketing reasons. It's like, it is financially safe to include them. I pressed the wrong fucking button. Are we gonna hear a new boss theme? That sounds like a no. That sounds... Cabertoss? Demo Man! Oh shit! Woo! Oh, bullshit! Bullshit! I was not in that! Fuck! Whatever. Again, I'm in my retiree era. If last expansion Savages made me very sad about playing this game, Dawntrail's kind of like, I don't need to give a fuck anymore. It's fine. Damn, Coop, did he hear? It's the end of an era and the start of an age. Is that a fucking lyric from Smile? That sounds like the kind of stupid thing that would be in that fucking song. It's a lyric from Taylor Swift. Oh my god. My brother's girlfriend had like a 3-hour-long Taylor Swift concert playing yesterday because she had yesterday off. And I could faintly hear it the entire time, and then went out, I was like, what is this? I kind of don't care for Taylor Swift, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not a Swiftie. I like some of her songs. I've listened to some of her songs. I have some of her songs on my playlist, but on the whole, I'm kind of like, it's alright. Look at this perfect rotation that I'm totally not forgetting my fucking DCDs. It would be very funny if someone came into a casual Final Fantasy XIV stream and got mad because they weren't doing, like, a perfect rotation while the streamer was talking with chat like this. It's just like, I don't care. This is fucking basic content. I'm not locked in for savages or anything like that. I pick and choose individual tracks for almost every artist I like, but even then, it took me a while to warm up to some Swift stuff. Her more recent stuff, I think, is the better stuff, which is fitting, I think, since she's become more of an independent artist recently. That being said, that fucking plane, oh my god. While His Majesty Zoralja is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Oh baby. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. My god, these people did not... They went from like, maybe we should have ethical concerns to, well, if the king says so. Hold on. Oh, shit. That's wrong. I knew it! Wait. Oh. Oh, look at that! Zombies!
I have you now.
Good job, Zoralja. You made fucking zombies. What a wonderful king. Graha's random line sounding louder than everything else is so funny to me. Wow, look at that. I used Eye of Shadow instead of Edge of Shadow. Eye of Shadow? Jesus. I don't play this game anymore. I don't have to remember what these skills are called. There's Big Donut skill. Big Donut spin. Why is this called Impalement if this is the AoE? Where he spins around. Why is it called Impalement? What the hell's wrong with you? That's not what an impalement is! I'm sorry, I'm getting heated about nonsense at this point. Alright, let's read this other research note. We have to engage with the story. We have to give it as much of a fair shake as possible. I'm not going to run this through like it's a level 50 dungeon from A Realm Reborn where I just do not give a shit about any of the side material. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which a body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. I wonder if Arcadian has anything to do with this. And also, I can't believe he did a Resident Evil. Honestly, given what the atmosphere of this dungeon is, this music actually kind of feels inappropriate. Like, this is designed as... This is the set of a horror movie. I feel like the music is being inappropriately used. The song itself is not bad, but, like, it's being used in a context that could maybe benefit from something more traditionally sinister sounding. Like, look at this!
Hold still.
Hold on.
Hey Buck, how's the suffering going? Fitting that you mentioned the suffering. I was just explaining that this dungeon feels like it's a horror themed one. Like, it's an experimental lab where we're seeing the results of Zoologist's experiments, or his backed experiments rather. Shit, wrong button. And you have this somber sounding music, which I guess is appropriate in some way, but it feels like the dungeon itself could benefit from something creepier sounding. Which I guess maybe Soken or one such person wouldn't want to do that because they already had a spooky mansion dungeon in the previous patch. But look at this. It's a biohazard. Like, look at the way this is lit. Does this music strike you as something that would fit a scene like this? Here, let's look at it in, what, first person? Look at this! Like, right? The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a XIV Drawl, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. Yeah, look how good, look how well that did, you guys. Why is he stanced up like that? What the fuck? If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. My man is stands fucked up. I can't get over Taravi Drawl after Grant pointed out that it was contextually like saying American Devil. Why is the kid here? You know, when Wuklumat said you should stay behind and follow us once we've cleared out a path, I thought she meant like you'll stay behind with a party member that we're not going to be using for this, and then you'll come over once you've cleared the dungeon. I didn't realize that meant come with us through this fucking Resident Evil dungeon. Ridiculous, but sure. Why is he stanced the fuck up like that? Okay. Oh, look how much I'm engaging with this mechanic. Guys, it's Hades! Okay. Oh. Wait, I'm a tank. Why do I have to worry about this shit? Oh, wait, that actually... Oh. I guess that answers my question. Fair enough. Fair enough, game. Yeah, I don't think I've complained strictly about the, like, battle mechanics of Dawntrail. Yeah, the combat's fine. It's good, actually. Like, I was joking about this mechanic, but that's actually cool. I like that. Guys, it's called Phantom Blood, but the floor looks like blood. Phantom Blood reference? JoJo confirmed?
Now I'll show you.
What am I looking for? Woo! Damn, that's scaling damage. Oh, that's a lot of spicy mechanics happening all at once. Interesting. I like that. Yeah, that's good. I should have killed Alice. Would that we could tame the beast, but the seal is already. Yeah, nice job. The seal? The beast? What was he talking about? Thanks, Booklemat. Not another fucking tornado! Oh shit. Oops, I refreshed that a little too soon. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. I'm in my retirement era. Actually, I will take back what I said. I have complained about this game's, this expansion's boss fights before. Particularly, Mr. Noggin. I was thinking about, like, man, it would be pretty bad to get this in roulette if you have someone who has no idea what the fuck's going on. Especially if they're, like, the healer or something. Because that mouse mechanic tends to fuck with people in general. But I was like, wait, this has happened before. People can't deal with the fucking noggin mechanic. Something's wrong. Don't rush ahead. Bitch, this is expert roulette. Where do you think we're going?
You underestimate me.
Something special for you.
Thanks, Graha. It's interesting to contrast those mechanics, though, because, like, there are mechanics that are complicated and good, like that one. Like this one, rather. And then there's ones that are complicated. Well, I wouldn't even describe the fucking noggin mechanic as complicated. It's just... it's relatively simple on paper. It's just in practice, it's really fucking annoying.
about me?
What could be the orb? What could be in the orb? Oh my god, it's a Parasite Eve boss! It's using the fucking carbuncle skeleton, isn't it? It's literally the fucking Guild Wars Jackrabbit. Weather. Electrostatic dust. Alright, showtime. It's gonna be another Vanguard where the mid-boss is way harder than the main boss. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see, huh? Wait, it's literally just the carbuncle. What the fuck? Oh, shit, I didn't see the center one. What disgusting... Oh, was that his shit? Ew. Or was that, like... Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why did you stack that? Okay.
Now I'll show you.
Ruby weapon? It is! Fuck! I got hit with a third stack? The fuck? Go outside, I guess. Oh, that's... Oh, shit! Okay. I get it. It's a Ruby Carbuncle. How deep does this hole go? Want to find out? Paul, and I won't be able to save you. Oh, god damn it. This is kind of lame. I hate when mechanics force you to distance like that. It's an interesting dungeon gimmick, at least. Oh my god, stop fucking doing this. Black mages hate him. Oh, is it just gonna do AoE into repeating the transition mechanic? Well, there's a tank buster. That's spooky, right, guys? And now you have to keep moving because he's doing the spinny thingy. And then he moves over, does Raging Claw. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'll be pleasantly surprised if he decides to mix this up somehow. We did it! We did it, guys. We killed a rabbit live on stream. Actually reminds me, Jackie was trying... I'm pretty sure it was a funny VTuber. I forgot her name. She had big boobs, though. It was really nice. Oh, hold on. We need to see what this road looks like. That's... not the worst thing in the... Oh, it's not dyeable, right. That reminds me... I am reminded of rabbits. Rabbit in, rabbit out. You know what I mean? Oh, I suppose I should stand over there by the NPCs. Right, this is the withdrawal that got sealed because Kim Jong-il couldn't kill it. It is a dungeon boss. Tyrant of Tyrol, truly a fitting description. It must have been easy to imprison such a creature. And I get to see what Alice had to say. Still breathing, if only faintly. I felt the earth shake all the way from the cliff. Phew, we did it somehow. That was too close. Yeah, Alice. Yeah, it was. Yeah! I do have to say, that is pretty fucked up looking face, though. Alright, so... predictions, anyone? Do you think it's gonna try to attack the kid and then, Auntie Lamat's gonna have to step in?
For all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Valley Armanda.
So, in other words, your brother was a bitch-ass who couldn't actually fight to save his life.
From what I could tell,
well, I guess he could, but,
you know, they sought to transfer people's souls
couldn't
and
finish the
memories
job.
into bestial vessels at that facility. The Tyrol Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject.
Nearly Kryl.
Though I expect Zeralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
Am I getting an echo from the fucking... from the rabbit? Alright.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the
hey, it's the guy I killed.
I instead
oh,
seek
please
to
tell me he's not rocking the funny Fuhrer mustache.
The beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tyrol Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
And as we all know, it failed, and he relied on the mechanical soldiers anyway, and they pretty much kicked everyone's ass because everyone was
very well.
Basically a Mexican
Recruit
peasant.
Volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
Is this the characterization we were promised that we would get would redeem his character or make his character more interesting? That he worked with Hitler?
So, you've given him permission?
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Land's Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments.
Isn't that pronounced surgeon?
You will also
I swear I heard an NPC earlier
closely.
pronounce it surgeon.
In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome
That's
or
clearly Mango.
expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon,
He's like a
then we must
combination
take
of
that power for
Hitler,
ourselves,
Himmler,
even if the
and
means
Mango.
are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliyollal.
I want you to fuck me.
That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
That's insane. That's insane.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours.
That's insane. Oh my god.
That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
This guy's flirting skills are on par with Anakin Skywalker. Jesus Christ.
Are you alright?
No, I saw your brother having flirty thingies with another woman. Or just a woman in general, honestly. Ooh, cooties.
Teshalja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kaniloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teshalja there.
That's where we're going next then.
I don't know, kid. I don't think you want to learn more about this. I have to wonder. Oh, and then the cooking was eaten by a husky. For good measure. I have to wonder. What does this change about Gululja? If this was the angle they wanted to go for, why? What does it serve, narratively? It makes Gululja's character tragic. It is tragic that he was unloved by a parent. Sure. Revealing that his mother also didn't give a shit about his... Given that his mother also didn't give a shit about him, makes it more tragic that neither of his parents loved him, but, like... What does that move? Like... That changes... He doesn't... He's still at the same place he was before we got this information. Like, if I had to compare, and this is going to be hella unfair because of who I'm comparing him to, Arshifon. We didn't know his full relationship with this family at the time we were introduced to him in The Realm Reborn, but we know that he was one of the few people who was willing to look after us in a time of crisis, and did it again in time for Heavensward. And it's only after Heavensward that we fully understood where he stood as far as his position as essentially a bastard child. And that revelation showed to us, it just further recontextualized that despite his status and his upbringing, he chose not to take an approach to life like Hilda did, by contrast, but that he still swore duty to his country, essentially, but still did so in a way where he was still willing to be receptive to other people in a time where his home country was very non-receptive to people outside of the country. It added to his character. It pushed him in a different direction. We already trusted him. We already liked him. We had respect for him, but, like, knowing more about his personal situation and relationships and status cemented him as that trustworthy and loyal friend, which is what made what happens in Heavensward all the more tragic. But, like, with Galuja, we know he's a kid, his parent didn't give a shit about him. It would have been compelling if we maybe learned that his mom did love him, but for whatever reason she was taken out of the picture, or that Zarulja had to do something that took her out of the picture or something. I don't know. But by taking this specific approach, why? What is the point of making it so that neither of his parents give a fuck about him after the fact? Making it so that we learned that neither of his parents give a fuck about him after the fact. It doesn't change anything about his situation. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. I haven't technically learned anything about a relationship. Fair enough. Because there aren't any other Mamulja women here. For a long time, I can't even imagine what my mother looked like. When I visited Tuliola, it's awesome. I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well. You may now enter Ueyawara Field Station with a party of NPC avatars. Yeah. Among the abandoned. While we discern the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that might remain afford us a greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around for information as well as a way to the upper level. You're short. A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way. Learning more actually makes it less respectful writing than just fuck me if I can see it as a treat than the intel ruler signing beleagueredly and agreeing. It's kind of funnier that way too, I think. Oh, my chat's doing that scroll lock thing. There we go. Yeah, okay. A journal lies next to the body. I was transferred to Uewara Station in order to train the villagers in the use of electro-technology. While a child can quickly learn to operate common contraptions, it would be no easy thing for them to attain the requisite skill to develop new ones. One which required no less than the manipulation of souls. Thankfully, 2 of my pupils have demonstrated great aptitude to the field. Kaniloka, the village chief, and Tashilja, a field surgeon. Further driven by their loyalty to our king, their growth has been remarkable. I dare to hope that, before long, they will be able to carry out their duties without further instruction, and I may be relieved of my duty. You find nothing that resembles a verification key, but you have learned that the people that he taught are assholes. Hey Galulja, not that this is new information, but I think your parents were pieces of shit. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. He was just a cell. Once I revert to an egg, I must bury myself in souls for 30 years. There, my form matures. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes? I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today, bit offhand of feeder. Cannot help it, so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater. Must eat. You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. You found the key? Great, I'll call the others. Oh, is this voiced? No, it's not. Seems to keep him use it. An elevator as well. Is this voiced? Nope. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Valigarmanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies, related to the seal's failure most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then. Let's see if we can find some clues about Gululja's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. Fucking iPad babies. There's so much data. I don't know what we should look at. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tishalja. His ass is not typing anything. I brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tishalja, sorry. Administrative experimental treatments, research logs. Maybe we shouldn't make the kid read these. Maybe. This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted, and even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Then let us take it with us back to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to the storage device I brought. Why are you not at me? Turn the fuck around. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us. What did you learn? That your brother worked with Hitler? Stop staring at me like that. What the fuck? And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. I guess this is a first-person stream now, chat. The most unnatural power. Ah. Welcome back. Kululja has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. In that case, LSA and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Aye, their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I finish my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Oh, we're speaking to Geodude. Now, let's say isn't wrong. The moon out there is still grim. Some of the Turali remember a time before they were dependent on the Soul System, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. Did we not fucking tell them? We actually chose not to tell them, right? Well, if it isn't the consequences of us not doing shit. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tural. Ones with no elders to care for. Word of that problem has reached us in Tuliola. My brother is doing all he can to see the Zoctoral Railroad restored to operation so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? 3,000 years. I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Shalaoni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. He's got a sweet gun, though. I have to admit, that guy's carrying around a fucking nice little, fat, little short gun. Am I on the Omega Mount? I think I am. Why did I think I couldn't enter this building? Because I can, apparently. What the fuck? Who am I looking for? Oh my god. Valve resolve. And Noah to boot. What can I do you for? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Valve region is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Well, that's convenient. Ah, scratch the on his way. I kind of despise both of these responses. Did our will Bubba finally outgrow his old clothes? Stop that. As you well know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I have chosen a different path. It was time for a change. You're here about You're here about the railroad too? It was in part for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lamati has explained the growing urgency of the need. What do you have to report? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawnblazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations, but now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Mewahetson. That is, the Ronik. Though the Hetzaro that follow them are none too pleased about their Hetzo being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But the silent train presents a different danger. The Ronik will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the railroads plotted to avoid the Ronik's preferred grazing areas, though? The unaddressed childhood trauma and daddy issues that influenced my sexual kinks while into college. What? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronik's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewateson for their insight. I can't fucking pronounce this shit, I'm sorry. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hetaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hetaro encampment if you like. This is a Heavensward looking ass map. Damn, it's Squatto. Vow of resolve, vow of reason. I bid you welcome to our camp. But what brings you all the way to Mewateton? Whatever, fuck. Mewateton. Whatever, fuck it. Meh. I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Jacques Toral Railroad. You too have noted the Ronik's unexpected change in behavior then. My son, Geppetto, has been looking at this... Geppetto? Oh, look at the kid's hands. Do you see that shit? Normally, we'd expect the Ronik to keep their favored grounds nearby for a while yet, and despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of grazing in Pyarionan and Tanane. Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward towards your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hetzaro would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetzaro descent. My parents traveled with the Ronik as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I'm forced to assume. A chance encounter with the kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me a trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper until Liola's... I'm not reading this flashback, actually. Dawntrail has too many fucking flashbacks for me to care. I already remember this shit. Truly, I never heard of the Ronin choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision, nor of any Hetzaro willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. Yeah? I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions never much appealed to me. Oh, fuck off. Even if it might help you better understand the Ronik's current behavior. As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hetzaro way may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the Ronik and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. Will you learn of Hetzaro culture with me? I should like to approach this... We're getting to know the people, guys. I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronik and we'll have a look around the plains. And perhaps, in the process, we'll find the answers we seek. The quickest way to learn about it, our way of life, is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. Get to know the culture, guys. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. Frijoles! I'm afraid I finished with my task for the time being, but since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you'll likely already know that the Ronik are our Hetzel, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands and with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hetzaro must also part with half of our number. Oh my god. You may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetzel. So is the answer the most obvious one? This won't do. The wind will go right through it. And me without my needle and sinew. Here, take this. Oh, those are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronic hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. I know what you are. You're learning about the Hatsara way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. I find answers much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Ahem. Our Hetzel provide us with something that we use in medicines, poultices and soap to drive away pests and to sustain our fires. What is it? It would be fat, wouldn't it? Is it dung again? It sounds like there's a story there. But that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered myriad uses for Ronic chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetzel always provide. This place must smell awful, right? Like... if they burn the shit... it must smell awful. As you stroke the Ronic's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost and tangled like it's not. Ah, Geppetto sent a Ronic brush with you, did he? How like him. Now just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. Oh, my... oh, that's just a very long animation. You dutifully brush the Ronic until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now. Though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have required a new coat of their own. Beep. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries should the need arise. You smell the grass and the wind. That has some, you and Kyrie smell the same vibes to it. Which is a good thing, I promise. You can nearly be mistaken for one of us, or at least an adventurous Tanawa. I have to wonder how Valcona is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Beep. Ah, there he is now. Brother, that fucking... it's just looking. It is gazing. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ronic and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how is your own work? Have you anything to share? Yeah, let me not share the most important detail that I learned. Hetzaro life revolves around the Ronik, but in turn the people receive all they need. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of Hetzo rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived to where I was meant to be all the same. Mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had the duty to the Ronik as they did to me, and so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Tural, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. And I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetzo are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Valkona. You're welcome among our herd anytime. Is this still going? Whoo, boy. Get it, guys? We went from an orphan to another orphan, but had loving adoptive parents anyway. Oh, I guess he had a... I guess Luja had, Nightman. Kona! How did it go? I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetzel. They nourish the Hetzaro as they grow, and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beast to be tamed. Moreover, Ronik are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetzaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronik's once favorite grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine. But the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronik. Even the birds and the field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Though the Hetzaro would have surely put 2 and 2 together with the cause geological, I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. Another fucking Turavi jaw, huh? What do you think, Kona? I don't get to make any opinion besides large animal. Given where we are, I believe we are dealing with a powerful beast. A predator, perhaps, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be. A Turuhetsu? Turuhetsu? Ronik Reaver in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hetso into the night, Chupacabra, is another evocative one. Roni can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turuhetsu. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can replace them. Can pierce them. Replace? Where the hell did I get replaced from? A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home and it's packed both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronik's consternation is clear. As is our next move. We must drive this reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. Alright, fuck yeah, let's go hunt down another animal! Never fear. We will make certain that the beast threatens you no more. Fuck yeah, we're gonna hunt down animals. Oh, it's one of these. The Ronik River is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Your progress through the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
Help! Help!
Help!
Hetsu is coming this way!
Yeah? Oh.
It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
And after they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
What is Aramil gonna do here? Is he just gonna spectate like he has been in the dungeons?
Make haste! We must protect the Ronek!
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
I'm still stuck in a cutscene. Sorry, guys. I'm just, like, jogging. Not sprinting, just jogging.
There they are!
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
Stroke the trembling Ronek. We should probably escort these guys, no?
That herd should be all right. Let's look for stragglers.
The group seems to not be with me. I may have gone the non-scripted way. Wait, they're not expecting me to swim across, are they? I'll be so fucking annoyed if they are. Okay, they're not. SMH, I can't use the Aetheryte. Wait, where the fuck am I going? Oops. Oh, that doesn't help me at all. Oh, duh, the fucking blue checkpoint went away after the cutscene finished. I just thought it was still blocking me, so I thought I had to go somewhere else. Doi. Oh, they just spawned back into existence. That's cool. I forgot the blue checkpoint is,
The Ronek are Turali too. None shall be left behind.
Okay.
There must be something up ahead. Come!
Wait, they're just fucking raptors. They're the fucking Morrowind birds!
These are no match for the likes of us.
In a panic was clearly an understatement.
Wait, Aramil, what are you even doing right now?
More are coming!
Bitch, I'm a tank. Oh, goddamn. Wooklamat, what the fuck are you doing?
You're mine.
She switched to the other lizard and let the other one attack the fucking animal. That's fucked. Oh look, it's Aramil. Fuck all of the quarter.
All or nothing then.
Oh, is he gonna use the satellite cannon? I do like that Kona's fighting style is like primarily machinist, obviously, right? But there's also, it feels like there's also bits of Sage in there, which is cool. I like the idea of Sage with a gun.
It seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. But where's...
I want cross classes. Do you guys remember when we had to do different classes to get a job in the game at level 30? You know, for Paladin, it had to be Gladiator and White Mage, level 15 minimum.
Look there!
What the fuck is... Oh my fucking god! Why are you doing this now?
impenetrable scales, and wicked fangs. That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
Finally, I'm playing Monster Hunter. You're like 3 expansions late to that joke.
There! That one there! Not so fast!
It's him, it's Seath the Scaleless. As you know, this is where the distance of level 100...
Even should it cost me my life.
Level 100 shitty thing here in the desert is technically stronger than something you'd encounter at the edge of the literal universe!
Save the head soul!
I get the moral they're trying to go for, but bro, they're fucking buffalo.
Kona, are you all right?
They're buffalo. They're
Do
bison.
not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronak to safety.
There. You've nothing to fear.
Like, what would you have done if you died there? You are half the leader of this entire fucking nation, and you almost died over a fucking bison. It's nice that you care about animals, especially culturally significant animals, but you're also culturally significant. You know, it's like,
You shall plague them no longer!
oh man, what if you died? Oh, so look at this fucking reskinned Shadowbringer's boss.
You'll find the vow of breezing is not without resolve.
That line actually is pretty fucking nice. That's kind of sick, actually. Although I will say in this case he was kind of without reason, so... How the fuck am I not doing damage to him? How am I not doing damage to him? That is fucking absurd. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell?
I must have a weakness, and I will find it.
This is fucking stupid. This is stupid.
Keep it busy.
Actually, it's a
I need
reskin.
time.
It's a fucking reskinned Heavensward boss. Whatever. Still, that's fucking stupid.
Right. Go for the legs.
This is dumb. Like, why did they make this a duty where I play as Kona? It would have made more sense, you know, at least if, like...
Now we just have to keep it pinned. Get thinking, Kona!
Oh my god.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
Bro is scanning him on his fucking iPad.
I've got it!
Okay, alright.
One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and...
I rarely miss. It's just that fucking animation, isn't it? Actually, you do get one of those in PvP.
That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now.
And had a protective flow of ether, as if I haven't breached protective ether.
Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me.
I've killed beings with pure ether, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry, was I supposed to stack there? What the fuck? What would very easy even do? What does the difficulty setting even do for these fights? The fuck?
Is not without resolve.
Like, does it just make it so that I don't take instant death from that fucking thing?
Not even a scratch.
There's no way this fight is, like, remotely hard. I just didn't know what the fuck was going on for that second.
Think, will you?
Mostly because I'm distracted talking to you guys about how stupid this scenario is.
Keep it busy. I need time.
Right. Go for the legs.
This is so lame. You use Bile Blaster and it's immune to poison. That sucks.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
Fuck. I gotta sneeze.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow? I've got it!
I'm just rotating. I'm not using any of my special skills for this because
One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... You're done for!
I made it to the background, guys.
That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now. Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me.
I got my hands on that living dead. Just in case I see that thing pop up. It's after this mechanic, I'm pretty sure. Oh shit. Oopsies. Oh, it is a stack. Okay. I could not see her fucking bubble that said get close. Alright, what the fuck is this?
We must disperse that ether ere the reaver recovers it!
Oh, this shit? It's one of these mechanics again? Suzaku was a fucking mistake.
This is going to hurt.
What a stupid fight. That was so incredibly lame.
We did it.
We sure did. All the Hetzo are dead. Sorry, Kona. We ate them.
To Mehua Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty.
Moreover, are there not more... Thanks, Dad.
The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad.
Isn't that just fucking convenient that there happened to be a creature that...
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now.
Oh my fucking god.
I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozenihetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by
Oh
that
my
monster.
fucking god. Stop. Stop this
Lozenihetta.
right now.
That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please.
Crap.
Can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a Reaver.
An ad's playing right now. We're gonna just like simmer and wait for this to pass. In the meantime, sanity check. How are we doing, chat? Who can still watch me? I feel like this sequence of events is perfectly summing up Dawntrail. The stupid reason for this scenario to be set up. For a payoff that's like... It's cheap. It's cheap is what it is. It's low... minimal effort. And... this feels like the conclusion of a side quest chain. Does this game have emu?
Struck like a whirlwind.
Those
in
are
the night.
chocobos, lock on.
It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way.
We didn't need
toward the
details
fell
about this. This
creature.
is like a fucking Star Wars
Will distracted, I heard
retcon
one
of
cry.
like...
Save our son! Save the Hetzel! After that, nothing.
It's
but
like
the
a Star Wars
pounding of
retcon
my
where they
heart
unnecessarily
and feet
explain
and
like
Rodek
the
thunder.
details about why the toenails
and
of the
ran.
character from the original trilogy are a
As the
specific
sun
color.
broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on.
Video games!
But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
Video games.
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
This is
Maybe not. But
stupid!
perhaps a passing Pelu Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe.
My God. Why would you do this?
I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone.
Dagoth welcomes you, Nerevar, my old friend.
And now that I am done, servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
This is unbelievably stupid. I just... Why? I really want to like Dawntrail, but this is stupid. To know, so I guess at the very least there was a red herring early in the quest. To know that the head are safe is more than enough, yet would it be wrong to hope that in protecting them we also avenge my parents? It is the least I owe to them after all this time. I thank you for standing by me, as Dawn servant, and as the often perfect man beneath that mantle. Now let us return our attentions to the matter we came here to address, shall we? We have removed the root cause of the Ronic straying from their favorite grazing, and attained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the threats on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it would be a far sight better than a traditional whistle. More effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Why am I thumbs upping at this? I'm not thumbs upping this. I'm so fucking gone, bro. Let us return to Shalohani Station and begin work on it. Then, Walika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. This was remarkably stupid, and I don't want to come back here ever again. By the way, you can just fucking kill the Ronic. They're random mobs. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it? So the Ronic were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. And Malcona's not too bad himself. What with his whistle idea. Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Disdain.
We're ready to go.
Oh god, not again. Not again.
Whoa. She looks as good as new.
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here.
You just went through a quest where you learned that the approach to the T-Rex caused every Ronek to enter its survival instinct of stand still and do not move. That's not quite the same. They've evolved to have passive flight, essentially. The prevailing plan to keep them from getting run over is to cause the train, which cannot stop to emit stand still and do not move sounds. No, they just literally said, we have to attune it in a way where they emit the ether such that they'll avoid them in the same way that it influences their natural migration patterns, but also not so high as to cause them to panic in that way that you just described. The stand still, do not move. That's what they just said. They're Goldilocksing it. I'm okay with that.
As far as the Ronek are concerned, we spared
The
no
fact
effort.
that the circumstances leading up to how he came up with that solution arose are my problem with it. It's incredibly stupid and convenient that the T-Rex happened to be here when we were here.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel. And we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us.
We attached the silencer to the train.
However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
There have been dumber inventions in 14. I'm okay with that. There's...
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through our paces.
I forgot that we all speak like Texans here. Oh shit, it's finally appropriate. This was the action I was annoying my brother with on the way out of the Mojave. I was pointing out random things out on the street. Going, yep, that's a certified country fried diner. Yep, that is a wing stop on the way out of the Mojave. Yes, sir, that's a Texaco. Get down, Mr. President.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
Fucking Ubisoft logo. Has a heart attack and dies.
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
The 5G signal to be real. $56G.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like.
It's not the stupidest thing, I think. It definitely could have been dumber. My problem is not with the outcome, it's the fucking cause of it.
Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Chateauroux Railroad is back in service.
For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running in the end. But now that the test drive was just a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloani, and then the continent. Watch out, Chateauroux, here we come. I share the sentiment, but we got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lametier? Oh, we're at the end of the patch. Does the train stop at Cyberpunk City? That's the idea. Goluja's mother. I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kahikwa that we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. I needn't search for what she left behind because she left it with me. And I will carry it always as a Funko Pop. My genuine reaction to this information. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that the teeny tiny Kahikwa? What? No! It is merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yep. I have no opinion. I just nod. That's what I do here. Yes, well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time. See if there's aught I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course. We can give you the full story on the way. Do I really have a meaningful opinion of Erenville's phone charm? It's nice that you decided to keep a homunculus of your dead mom as she looked when she was a piece of data that was transporting you around, telling you to kill her. You know. It's what I would have done. Also, she's voiced by the same woman who voices Fei Xiao. That's relevant to you, Bach. He's trying to avoid eye contact with me. A simple yet elegant solution, and thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shayla is nearly finished processing the data. She'll be able to share findings with us imminently. Oh boy. Oh! Hi, Stannon. I'm interrupting something, I gather. Are you still blind? Why are you still though? What brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate and the Skydeep sent out for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on the electro. On electro. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. Don't know what you're talking about.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Taishul Jah herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
That is a terrible idea. You probably shouldn't do that right now.
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm so fucking... Do not fucking do that to me. Alright, well, let's have it.
My name is Taishul Jah, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a Chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliolal.
Okay.
I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession.
Oh,
but
God.
He did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course. One of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me. So I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength. His unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and Winnie does as he promised. I will have my heart's desire.
This makes it worse, right?
Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If he could see him, embrace him, surely that would be enough. So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
I had sex?
I can't.
No, I can't have sex. No, I said I was gonna be yourself for life. No, how did I do this? Did I had sex? No, parental responsibilities, alimony, child support. I need more power. No.
Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised.
Jesus fucking Christ!
He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well. But I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where I do.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
That's... Why? Why?
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamachi. Father and mother, they were both so lonely.
Oh my fucking god.
If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try.
Like this fucking expansion.
I can't tell if I'm happier now.
I can.
But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my god. It's better to know. A profound response for one so young. Though I wish he didn't have to be, Galulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. 'Tis fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shell. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. And it's nothing. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Galulja. If you remember one thing, remember that. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I'm ready to head to living memory when you are. I am planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to tend to. For now, farewell. A word before you leave. Our network's already spreading word at the railroad. I expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tuliola were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at late 9. Fuck me, that's like... It's not just that your mom didn't give a shit about you, it's just you were a fucking bargaining chip for her. That's despicable. You think that's the wrong read? Maybe she did care? No, I don't think it's the baby will fix him. It was more like... I'll get his attention if I show that he has a baby with me. That's what it comes across like to me. Regardless of how charitable you are with that reaction, it's still fucking awful. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first. You know, incidentally, I actually have seen something like that happen before. Like, growing up.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
No. I mean, the idea that...
Have you heard?
Princess Fiend was here.
The Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
No, I've seen women of varying ages have that mindset of trapping this man in a relationship with the child will make him love me. That's something I've seen before, and it doesn't work out. Or, it didn't work out. Well, let's not dwell on that. Let's see what's coming up next.
It was a hunter, all right. And a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Finally, Ramu.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zaraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end. It feels wrong. But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
No,
Well, you
I
may
can't be
think
mad at
so,
this anymore.
But how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
This is like when the stupid parody people in King of the Hill started having a freak out moment.
That they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do.
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to
If
set things
mankind
right.
did not have a Sphene, it would be necessary to invent her.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever.
So,
You
this
there,
is a Macross
Dawson.
Plus situation, right?
You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
This is a Macross Plus situation.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty? What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria. Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Why are you speaking like the G-Man? Beep.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly, I do. But with living memory shut down,
God.
even I cannot restore the system that once
God.
afforded us that comfort.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
Oh, God.
All of us shall be made endless.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I
Oh!
have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells.
This is the same. This is the same thing.
But you need never again.
It's the same
fear
thing, but
death.
we use a different power
You
source.
live
What?
As you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received Neo regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
It's just the same thing. It's this.
Only 5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Oh, we're getting that information high, aren't we? Oh my god.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down. And then we'll talk.
I feel like we should be continuing to press this matter and get confrontational before this matter gets worse. Hey. Fuck it, we gotta do this plot piecemeal, guys. Because that's how we've always done it. What are you proposing we do, Killer Queen? Yeah! As many times as it takes. Just sit outside the guild bank with the sword and kill Sphene every time she responds. What's that old phrase? Just because you don't die if I kill you, it doesn't mean you won't die if I keep killing you. We only got the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about the neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Meso terminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, there's no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is the denial that the funeral was held in their honor. 'Tis as if their memories have been erased. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the regulators, but by whose design? Someone smart enough to play being the Queen of Reason. In that guise, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Why? Why don't I just bust a bitch? Oh, pfft. Meanwhile, in living memory, yeah. Great.
Oh, where am I? My people, are they safe? Why am I?
In fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn, their fates to learn. This isn't as intriguing as you think it is. Honestly, I'm over this. I'm glad I got it in one day, though, because I don't want to fucking do this again. It's 11:30. I'm 3 hours and 50 minutes into the stream. I don't think I want to do Final Fantasy XI. I think I'm okay. What a... Just... What do I even say? Like... I express my profound disappointment again. I don't think any explanation they can offer me will be satisfying. Like, any plot reveal I get would just be so profoundly disappointing. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's cataclysmically bad. It needed to be good enough to salvage it. But it's not. It just fucking pathetically whimpered and fell back on its... This is just dumb. We effectively got nowhere narratively with the characters we were digging around with. Aside from, oh my god, another group of people trust this guy. Not much has changed as far as that goes. We kind of already assumed that universally the Valor, Reason, and Resolve already had the goodwill of the people. And now the only thing pushing the momentum is another Sphene. Which, I don't know if I have to explain that to you as to why that's bad ground to retread. I don't care if there's a mystery of two Sphenes. It doesn't matter. That is a fucking plot I would see in a fucking early Genshin draft. That kind of shit. Maybe stream will listen to come out this time. Yeah, give the fans what they want, right? Them releasing this in the same patch they released the fucking Sphene Extreme. Very funny. Very funny. Anyway, Dawntrail sucks. I tried giving it a fair shake. I'm still gonna play it when the other patch story releases because my subscription is still up. But other than that, I have no reason to really want to return to a theoretical 8.0. They would need to course correct hard, and I think they would have to obfuscate or ignore or just completely turn 180 on one of these things. I'm just... What were they hoping to accomplish with this, you know? Whoever would hypothetically play through this patch and be excited for the next one, I don't think I could get along with them. I think they strike me as the kind of person who would be someone I think is insufferable to be around. One of those happy-faced people who are just willing to eat up any slop that is provided to them as long as it has the visage of Final Fantasy XIV. In a way, it's a neat little parallel to the people here of Alexandria. Who cares if that's not actually Sphene? It looks like Sphene, it sounds like Sphene, it might as well be Sphene to them. It doesn't matter if there's any sort of inconsistency by examining further in the details. It resembles it enough on a superficial level that it's more of that. And I'm okay with that, and I'm happy with that, and I don't care. But I mean, how many ways can you describe being disappointed before your memory gets overloaded with it? Anyway, tomorrow's stream, I don't know what I'm going to play. I don't think I want to play 14. Because if I did stream 14, it would just be the Alliance raid, and I don't really care enough to play the Alliance raid. I'm content to sit it out and just watch my account decay. Alliance raid is fun, interesting. Not interesting, but fun. I don't care. This is like paying to go through a theme park where all the rides suck except for one you kind of like. It just isn't worth it to me. The lore around the Alliance raid is slightly relevant, not to 11, mind you. I want spoilers? I guess we could talk about it after the stream. I doubt I care enough about the spoiler to be bothered by it once you tell me, but I guess I'll just end the stream on the downer note of this patch did nothing to convince me that Dawntrail was good. And I don't foresee any of the future patches doing much of the same. I'm once again disappointed by the mediocrity of this expansion's existence. And I'm saddened that they think they feel obligated to expand its not expand, but prolong its existence. Like, this is just doing away with the plot out of tradition and habit. Like, Heaven's Word ended with the cliffhanger of Estinian getting taken over by Nidhogg. Stormblood ended after Shinryu, but after that, what was that, really? I think it was a lot of setup for Shadowbringers, which was cool in itself. It gave me a reason to come back. It was intriguing in a way that didn't feel forced, I would say. It was genuine mystery because it was affecting characters who were still alive but were falling ill under mysterious circumstances. Not just characters, well, Xenos. But I had issues with that, even if the end result was Endwalker. So, whatever. At least I'm consistent about that. Then there's Shadowbringers, which was pretty good. Ended, poignant ending. The post-patches were about wrapping up things, making sure things were okay for the first before you left. And hell, it had Seed of Sacrifice. That was a pretty good conclusion to that. Whatever. I'm just so exhausted by Dawntrail. I can't really say any more than that. Because there's really nothing more for me to bite into. Anyway, if I can't come up with something tomorrow, I'll probably stream Lobotomy Corporation, I guess. But until then, take care, guys. Try playing something else other than Dawntrail. And just take care of yourselves and spend